This meeting, June 17th, 2025, closed session at 5:30. Please stand for the flag salute. Follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. I'm out of order. Someone should have called a point of order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Williams is absent tonight with an excused absence, and all other members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. If you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, including any item on the consent calendar, please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics, as your elected governing board, we will remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Public comment, closed session. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters on the closed session agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. City clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We have no comment.
Thank you. I'll ask for a motion to go into closed session.
Second to move.
Call for the vote.
And motion passes unanimously 4-0.
Okay, with that, we'll go into closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session and considered 3 of the 6 items. The council considered item 1 regarding existing litigation, Vertiville versus City of Barstow, provided direction to staff and council, and took no reportable action. The council considered item 2, anticipated litigation related to facts and circumstances that the city believes have a significant exposure to litigation but are not yet known to potential plaintiff or plaintiffs, provided direction to staff and council, and took no reportable action. A public employee appointment, position title Administrative Service Director. The council considered candidates and authorized the city manager to make an offer. The name will be released if and when the candidate accepts. Items 4, 5, and 6 regarding labor negotiations, real property negotiations, and another item of anticipated litigation are all continued until after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. With that, we call this meeting to order of June 17th, 2025 at 7 p.m. And I call forward Pastor Mike Smith from the Bethany Christian Fellowship for our opening prayer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Today we're going to be in Galatians chapter 3, verse 28. It says, "There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for ye all are one in Christ Jesus." We have to remember that the Lord says that he's not a respecter of people. He don't call anybody higher than anybody else. He loves us all the same. And we have to remember that when we see people of different nationalities, people that talk different, people that look different on the streets, we have to remember that we're all the same. Amen? Let's pray. Father God, we just come to you this evening, Heavenly Father, in prayer. We just want to thank you, Father, for just allowing us to be here tonight, Father. I pray, Lord, that you just use these men and women, Father God, tonight to glorify you, Father God. I pray that they're all in one accord, Lord, to do your work. In Jesus' holy, precious name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Mike. At this time, I'll ask former Miss Barstow, LMS Amelia, to step forward and lead us in our pledge to our nation.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Williams has been marked with an excused absent, and with that, roll call is complete and all other members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited if you wish to be heard on any item on the agenda, including any item on the consent calendar. Please so indicate by filling out a speaker request card and hand it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Code of Ethics, as your elected governing board, we will remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Review and approval of the agenda. This is the time for the members of the governing board to call for rearranging the order of the agenda, adding items or removing items from the agenda, or removing items from the consent calendar for discussion and or separate action. Items may only be added to the agenda as allowed by state law, including Government Code Section 54954.2 Subdivision B, allowing emergency items to be added by the majority vote and allowing items that arose to the city's attention after the agenda posting deadline, but which require immediate action, to be added by a 2/3 vote of the council members present at the meeting, or if less than 2/3 of the council members are present, a unanimous vote of those members present. I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda.
I will second to approve the agenda.
I have a motion by Councilmember Noble and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose to approve the agenda as presented by staff. I'll call for the vote.
Mr. Mayor, sorry. I believe there was a request to continue item 13 from staff. Sorry, we were confirming that.
Have some business, the time?
Okay, I understood
Yes.
that we were going to,
Actually, I'm sorry that just did come up, and I was thinking that we had to wait till we got to it. But no, we do want to ask to continue that because they have updated their application for a different location, which will mean a different fee. So it's not the exact fee. If we could continue it to July 1st, that would still be in advance of the event on July 6th. And we would have time to update it to the accurate fee. We don't have the exact amount at this
thank you.
time.
Councilmember Noble, would you amend the motion to table item 13?
Yes, we can go ahead and table item number 13.
And Mayor Pro Tem, would you still second the amendment?
Yes, I would like to second the agenda with the tabling of item number 13 as well.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Noble, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose to approve the agenda with item 13 tabled to July 1st meeting. With that, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to approve agenda tabling item 13 to the July 1st meeting passes 4-0.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to presentation section of our agenda. And our presentation is a certificate of appreciation to former Miss Barstow 2024. I'm asked the council to please step forward. Also ask former Miss Barstow, Ella Massimini, to step forward. Well, we want to recognize you, Ella, for what you've done for the city, not just last year as Miss Barstow, but if you don't know, I think she started with, what's the youngest they start, like? Tiny Miss Barstow. She's dedicated a lot of time to our city, and I see her probably in the future doing a lot more for our city. So from the City Council, we have the City Council of the City of Barstow hereby recognizes and expresses their sincere gratitude to Ella Jo Massimini for serving as Miss Barstow 2024, a community representative through the Barstow pageant, community service through the volunteerism set as an example for others, and help foster good citizenship. So thank you. Signed and sealed by the mayor and the city council. There were also some representatives that could not be here. So from our county supervisor, Don Rao, we have a certificate of appreciation from her. And also from our state senator, Rosalis Oshoa Bao, again, a certificate of appreciation. And from our assemblyman, Jay Obernolte. Okay. And this would be your turn to speak.
My turn to speak? Yeah, I just want to say thank you. It's been really fun supporting the community, and I hope to do a lot more. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to general non-agenda public comment. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters not on the agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do I have any requests to speak?
Yes, our first speaker is Mr. E.T. Snell.
Welcome, Mr. Snell.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Council members. My name is E.T. Snell. My website's www.etsnell.com. City manager, have we finished the interviews for the police chief? You're not going to share that. We got to get transparent on some of these things because it's very important. You come in here from, you live in Riverside, which is a 2-hour drive from here, so it's definitely got to, you're not answering questions. You're not
Mr. Snell-
familiar with
Mr. Snell,
Barstow.
Mr. Snell, I'm going to stop your clock so you don't lose time, but I don't allow conversation with staff and public. This is public comment, not conversation, so please don't knock the staff for not answering your questions. Questions could be addressed later during comments by staff. Okay, please continue. Thank you.
Does everybody know what transparency means? Can you guys give me a definition of what transparency is? I think the interviews, we weren't allowed to be with the interviews or witness the interviews or scrutinize the interviews. And I think that's picking a police chief in Barstow is a very important thing since we've had all the unarmed black people shot in Barstow. I got a closed session here at 5:50. Officer Rangel wouldn't let me sit in the council chambers because he said it wasn't open yet. I don't understand that. I've been able to do it before. But in my opinion, that was just another way the police department has of bullying people. And with not allowing us to question our city manager about her, she said she had 2 police chiefs, 1 police chief. You know, what is it? I think it should be a lot more transparent as to the choice that we're allowed to investigate. Because it's not this council that's going to come out with the truth and tell us what's really going on. I mean, you guys don't even know whether the interviews have been done or not. And she's not answering my question. And I think that's absolutely horrible for a new city manager. They never answer their phone, never there. So we're back to Courtney politics. That's the way I see it. And I'm sure you're going to pick up find some skinhead that agrees with you on the police agenda. And do you guys have any plans of polygraphing our new police chief for former felonies? Because, you know, Espinosa was committing felonies right and left. So I'm sure our new police chief who you pick is probably going to be from the ranks. And I'd like to know if you're going to polygraph him.
Thank you, Mr. Snell.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Thomas Lewis.
Welcome, Mr. Lewis.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Tom Lewis. I'm a member of the Barstow Police Department Management Association. Our current contract expires on June 30th. That's 13 days from now. Originally, we had a meeting scheduled for tomorrow. I don't know if it's confirmed. We've not heard anything back. I believe it will be fruitless. The Barstow Police Department Officers Association met with the city on June 2nd and gave a proposal of what they would like to see for their next contract, such as a pay increase, longevity pay, etc. They've not heard back with a counteroffer, and I'm curious to know if that proposal was presented to the city council. Every time we negotiate with the city, they tell us they don't have any money, yet they always find money for what's important to them. Clearly, the police department is not important. I believe different. The city recently funded a class and compensation survey which showed BPD officers, sergeants, lieutenants, and our captain is underpaid. We're down numbers. We're down numerous officers, and more are leaving as we speak, mainly for more pay and better benefits. Our insurance pay has been the same since 2012. Since then, insurance rates have risen significantly. There's no way we can recruit and retain officers, much less grow the department to accommodate the big project in our current state. BPD generally handles about 35,000 calls for service a year. I hope the city understands the priority of retaining our officers with that call volume. The last time we negotiated our contract, the city offered us 0, which was very insulting. It took us putting up signs on Belinda for any good faith negotiations to begin. The city found money. We still have the signs. However, this would be a bad look for the city with the big project in the works. Additionally, we haven't really had a chief of police for well over a year. There's no concern with interim Chief Arthur running the department. He's done a great job, and I sincerely mean that. However, with him as interim, that makes our command staff short. We understand that there's an applicant in the process, but we need stability in our department, and a permanent chief of police should be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Our next speaker is Miss Anna Fusey.
Welcome, Ms. Fusey.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, standing here representing Barstow Senior Center, wondering where we're at with the Measure Q funding. Is there any funding for the Barstow seniors? My understanding is that the fiscal year ends soon. How much of that $50,000 that's allotted for seniors has been given out to the seniors? And what about the seniors at the Barstow Senior Center? Also, I have another concern. It's my understanding that somebody on city council has told somebody, which came directly to me, a reliable source, that somehow we misused funding over the years. I would really like to know and talk to that person. I'm not going to say who it was, but it's really difficult to have to battle things that aren't true or that perhaps I don't know about. I haven't seen any of that. And I just want to remind people, when you talk about the Barstow Senior Center, we have a county contract with food service, with the older adult services, but not one penny of that $2.53 million contract goes to Barstow Senior Center. It is there to fund the food program, which we service the high desert. So I've heard it said before, actually in this room, from somebody else, that there was mismanagement of funds, even for, I guess, when we used some Measure Q money a couple of years ago, well, before my time, 5 or 6 years ago. So it doesn't help when I hear that coming, and I'm happy to address it to the person directly, but it's really hard when you hear it at one of our membership meetings. So I would really appreciate that person would reach out to me so that we could clarify that. And again, where's the Measure Q funding? Is it a yes or a no? Do we have a policy? How did other people get Measure Q money if there's no policy? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fusey.
Our next speaker is Miss Mary Ulibarri.
Welcome, Ms. Ulibarri.
Thank you. Anna's pretty much said what I was going to say. We're worried about the Measure Q money. After June 30th, we've been told we were going to get some things. We were going to get trips. We were going to get computers to help out. All that we do service the seniors, many of the seniors here in Barstow. And if we don't get anything by June 30th, what's going to happen? That money that was supposed to go to us, does it just go back to you guys and we have to start all over again. I just don't know what to do. You know, our computers are like 10 years old. I don't even use them. I bought my own. Anna bought her own. Brought them from home because they're obsolete. And we need the computers to keep up with the society, with everything that's going on, make sure that everything gets done the way it's supposed to get done. You can't live without a computer nowadays. You just can't. I'm sorry. But my main concern is what's going to happen after June 30th if nothing is decided. You know, are we going to lose out? Are we going to have to start all over again? We've been working and fighting for this for a year and a half, almost 2 years now, and we have not received anything. I know the youth sports has received things. People have received, but the seniors, nothing for the seniors. And that's sad. That's a shame. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ulibarri.
Our next speaker is Ms. Teresa Tank.
Welcome, Ms. Tank.
Good evening. I've asked 3 times since March 17th for an update on the animal shooting on March 15th. On June 5th at the town hall meeting, I asked you, Mr. Silva, if you knew about it and told about the report and the synopsis, and you told me that it hadn't been turned in. Did you end up looking into that, Mr. Mayor? From the mayor, I went to the city manager, who then told me what I've been asking for since March 17th. My problem still rests with why hasn't the city put out the results of the investigation? I know I've been told staff shortages, communications problems, but y'all are still posting on your Facebook page, the city page, at least on a weekly basis. I don't know why that can't be updated. But what I'm surprised about, that at least Mr. Silva and Mr. Williams did not know the findings. Does anybody, have you been spoken to that knows the results of that? Because I do. I was told that night from the city manager. And the city still hasn't put it out. How about putting out something on Facebook, what I was told, because if you don't, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tank.
Our next speaker is Ms. Marcia Wiesma.
Welcome, Ms. Wiesma.
Thank you. Good evening. I have questions. Don't try to answer them now. Answer them at the end. Barbara, you're the chair of the Homeless Committee. I received a homeless-bound notice. The meeting was canceled. I did email you and ask why the meeting was canceled. Some of us did not know, and we were standing out here waiting for a meeting that was uncalled for in the heat. Mr. Mayor, code enforcement. We're having trouble around the area, all over Barstow, in all districts, with code enforcement trespassing on property. Many people are now posting no trespassing on their property. Code enforcement does not have the right to drive down, slam on their brakes, back up, and tell a certain person, cut your trees down. Whether they're hanging over the low or not, it's not up to them to make the decision. And people that are not even involved in it are getting chastised. Part of it is, Mr. Mayor, Mary Wilbon, our senior code enforcement boss, was trained by Officer Harple shortly before he left. I wonder what kind of training she got, if any. There is and has been very little training given to the new code enforcement officers. Secondly, we've talked about it before, Mr. Mayor, about how we were treated, my husband and I, by a certain dispatch officer. She is still there. I wonder if she got the training and all of the people got the training that they deserved, and you said they were going to get the training. doesn't act like it when you have people calling 911 about fires, trying to get through, and the dumb girl says, "Are you sure the place is on fire?" I do not believe the people would be calling 911 if it was not a fire. Second, the mess on Hawaiian Village. That's been going on for at least 28 years. People have been dumping trash and abandoning cars. It suddenly comes forth when Mr. Fix-It comes to the rescue. Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'm sorry you're not here to defend yourself or talk about it. Second, I would like to know what's going on with Cora Harper. It's very hot. How long is it going to be closed? When is the stupid HVAC's going to be in? And it's told it's a cooling center. It's also called it's a warming center. It's a closed building. It's really right on the downtown drag coming in. It looks terrible to see people out in the heat. Would any of you at council like to stand out in 104 plus degrees without water, thinking you can go to the public library? They can only fit so many people into there. The college can only fit so many people in. The senior center is only open various hours. They can only fit so many people in. When are you going to do something about? Second, the last I have is Channel 6. I expect to see our shot clinic on the radar.
Thank you,
for
Mrs.
next week.
Weitzman.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jim Brown.
Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Jim Brown, Barstow. At the last council meeting, during public comment, you had a lot of people come up here, and they addressed their concerns. They were upset. They were mad. They was pissed off, and I can see why. Code enforcement. They went after code enforcement big time. And people have talked to the council saying that they would train the code enforcement. So when is that going to take place? And number two, it was the police department. They bashed the hell out of the police department. Even your own people came up here. Even your own detectives come up and said how bad it was. Yes, it's bad. And that all came from Espinoza. We all know that. He made some bad decisions. He put people in place that he shouldn't have, and he even put the captain, put him in. He also put Lieutenant Lewis in, and they're not that good. I'm gonna just tell you, they're not that good. Lewis, Espinoza wanted Lewis, the rest, Mike Carson. Arrest him after he was resigned. After he resigned, wanted to arrest him for, he had done his reports. He had done his reports, and he still went after him, tried to fire him, tried to arrest him. And that's wrong. That is wrong. And we all know that Espinoza is no good. We know it. But y'all just won't do nothing for that man. You just won't do nothing. You just let him, he's still running the department. If you want to know it, he's still running the department. And that's sad. And that's, like I said, that's nothing on the chief here, but he's part of it. He's part of it. That's why y'all need to do something with, the council need to do something with the people of Barstow. Help the people of Barstow.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
And our last speaker is Miss Samantha Ryan.
Good
Welcome, Ms.
evening,
Ryan.
Council. Good evening, City of Barstow. I just wanted to come up here and kind of double tap the bringing back the Neighborhood Watch program. I've spoke to a couple of people already, and I know there's some stuff in the works. The phone number on the Barstow website is not correct, but I did get the number for the chief and the desk sergeant, and I know, Mayor, you're working on getting some information as well. But I kind of wanted to just bring the topic up in front of the city on record, so that way we can kind of get the dialogue going about bringing the community back to the idea of a Neighborhood Watch program. Statistically, Neighborhood Watch programs help alleviate the pressure of overtime expenses on cities' budgets and stuff, so I think something that may help us. And I know there may be a negative stigma around the idea of a Neighborhood Watch program because some people perceive it as a snitch hotline or whatnot. And I think that's something that culturally we need to change the optics on that, because that's not what it is at all. And so I look forward to working with you guys further and getting Barstow safer and getting the residents of Barstow involved in their safety and awareness. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
That is all the comments we have.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar public comment. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on all matters on the consent calendar. Speakers are asked to limit their comments on the consent calendar to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on the consent calendar?
I have no request to speak, and with that, I'll go ahead and read our consent. Item 8 are the minutes for the joint special meeting held May 6, 2025 at 6 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 9, the minutes of the joint special meeting held May 14, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 10 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Barstow adopting of fire hazard severity zones in the local responsibility areas. The recommended action is that the City Council approve the second reading of ordinance number 1031-2025 regarding adoption of a fire hazard severity zone in local responsibility area. Item 11 is a resolution 5218-2025 to initiate proceedings to reaffirm the levy and collection of annual assessments and ordering the city engineer to prepare an engineer's report for Landscaping Assessment District 1, Street Maintenance Assessment District 2, Street Lighting Assessment District 1, and Flood Control Assessment District 1. The recommended action is staff recommends that the City Council approve Resolution 5218-2025 and initiate proceedings to reaffirm the levy and collection of annual property tax roll assessment for fiscal year 2025-2026. And 2, to order the consulting city engineer to prepare an engineer's report for Landscaping Assessment District 1, Street Maintenance Assessment District 1, Street Lighting Assessment District 1, and Flood Control Assessment District 1. 3, to set the date, time, and location of the public hearing for the reaffirmation of the annual property tax roll assessment for Tuesday, July 15, 2025 at 7 p.m. at 220 East Mountain View Street, Barstow, California. And 4, to direct the city clerk to publish a notice of public hearing in the local newspaper of general circulation and waive the full reading. And with that, that's the end of the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from council on any consent calendar items? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Councilmember Noble. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote.
And motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 12 in business actions. Item number 12, resolution number 5218-2025 to initiate proceedings to reaffirm the levy I'm sorry, I'm on 11. Give me a minute. Okay.
12.
Yeah, okay. I didn't turn the page. The United States Veteran Support Group, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has submitted a Community Promotional Fund, Measure Q, application requesting in-kind financial assistance from the city in the amount of $400 to help offset the facility costs associated with hosting its annual Kids Fun Day event on Saturday, July 19th, 2025 at Dana Park. Staff's recommended action is that the City Council approve the in-kind donation valued at $400 to the United States Veterans Group, Inc., a nonprofit organization, to assist with facility use fees for the annual Kids Fun Day event scheduled for Saturday, July 19th, 2025 at Dana Park. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to ask Mayor Bel Hernandez to provide the update on this item.
Thank you. So on Saturday, July 19, 2025, the United States Veterans Support Group is asking again to host their annual Kids Fun Day event at Dana Park. This event has become a valued community celebration that supports residents through the variety of services, including access to food, clothing, family games, and other essentials resources to enhance the quality of life. To support this event, the organization is requesting an in-kind donation from the city in the amount of $400 to help offset the cost of Dana Park. Approval of this request will reflect the city's ongoing commitment to supporting community-based events that foster inclusivity, family engagement, and neighborhood resilience. So attached is the application. They are a nonprofit organization. Mr. Herman Wagner cannot be here this evening to speak on his event, but it's something that the community has really enjoyed the past 2 years.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, do I have any questions from council for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you. I'm looking to see what time this is.
There's a flyer attached to the staff report, and so it's from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
There it is. Thank you so much.
See no more requests to speak, I'll call for a motion.
Public.
There may be public comment.
I'm sorry, is there any public?
We have no comment on this
Okay.
item.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez. Did I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Noble to approve item 12. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted, before we vote on this, just to say that I have been at these events, and it is a phenomenal event, and what this group does for our community, for our children, and what they've done to serve our country, that the ones that take charge, the ones that are actually putting this event forward. So I just want to say thank you to them for their continued service on making Barstow a better place to be. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. See no more requests for discussion. I will call for the vote.
And the motion for item 12 carries 4-0.
Thank you. Item 13 is tabled. With that, we'll move on to 14, which is to adopt Resolution 5219-2025 to repeal and replace Resolution 5010-2020 regarding vehicle miles traveled threshold for significance for analyzing transportation impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act to correct clerical errors. The recommended action is to adopt Resolution 5219-2025 to repeal and replace Resolution number 5010-2020 to correct a clerical error in the vehicle miles traveled, VMT, threshold language to determine the significance of a project's environmental effects consistent with adopted county thresholds and the intent of the resolution number 5010-2020. Attachment 1, proposed resolution number, I didn't write that down, is that 5010-2025?
The proposed resolution number is 5219-2025, Mayor.
Okay, repealing and replacing resolution number 5010-2020. And Amendment 2, red line of Exhibit A to Resolution 5010-2020. and Attachment 3, Original Resolution Number 5010-2020. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to ask City Attorney Summers to provide an update on this.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. So before you is an item to correct a clerical error that was recently assessed as the city has been working through our general plan update at some length. Back in 2018, state law changed regarding CEQA. The prior tool to analyze traffic impacts under CEQA was level of service, our familiar LOS standards, which tests traffic throughput through an intersection on an A through F familiar letter grade scale. 2018 CEQA changed to require traffic impacts to instead be assessed using vehicle miles traveled, which assess how many vehicle miles traveled for a given project or a given population. The idea being that if a project reduces the number of either total miles traveled for a transportation project or miles traveled per person for a development project, then there's a net benefit even because it reduces the total amount of miles traveled or the per capita number as applicable. The city adopted standards in 2020 mirroring the county together with our county partners through SBCTA. As you see in the attachments, SBCTA developed a study. We adopted that standard in 2020. Unfortunately, there was an error in two pieces of the resolution that we adopted that has recently come to light. We haven't had many projects in the last few years that really went through in detail and relied on these full-scale traffic analysis. Most of our projects were screened out as relatively minor in traffic impacts. Now we're, of course, doing the general plan update, which takes a look at a detailed traffic analysis that'll be coming in future hearings. And as part of that, it was recognized, we've got to correct this standard. Hence, the request is to adopt the resolution, making that correction. Attachment A, or number 1, is the resolution as proposed. Attachment 2 shows the red line, and it's just changing the standard to add per service population, that per capita component for testing vehicle miles traveled for land use projects and cumulative projects. With that, we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Any questions from council? Seeing none, do I have any questions from the public?
We have no comment on this item.
With that, I'll call for a motion.
I'll second.
I have a first by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Councilmember Noble. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll just make a request to staff on the signature page. They put the name Tim, and I've been using Timothy. If we change that, please. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
I'll call for the vote.
And the motion for item 14 carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 15, consideration of approval of the fiscal year 25-26 proposed operation and capital improvement budget, appropriation limits, investment policy, and the publicity of available pay schedule for budgeted positions and newly added positions. The recommended actions are that the City Council and Fire Protection District Board take the following actions. That the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed operational and capital improvement budget for the city in the amount of $68,156,966 and adopt the attached joint resolution number 07-2025, Attachment B, approving the approved budget Attachment A, including any City Council amendments, if any, and excluding the Barstow Fire Protection District's Budget Fund 225 and waive the full reading. 2, that the Fire Protection District Board approve and adopt the preliminary budget for the Barstow Fire Protection District in the amount of $6,538,500 and adopt the attached resolution number 07-205, Attachment B, approving and adopting the preliminary budget, Attachment A, as submitted pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 13893A1 and waive the full reading. 3, approve the annual 2025-26 appropriation limits, which is calculated using the change in the growth in California, personal income, and change in population growth of the city, county, which are determined by the state of California, and adopt the City of Barstow Resolution Number 5225-2025 and Barstow Fire Protection District Resolution Number 74-2025, establishing the appropriation limits for fiscal year 2025-2026 by title only and waive the full reading. 4, that the City Council adopt resolution number 5223-2025, approving the Publicity Availability Pay Schedule, PAPS, Attachment C. 5, that the City Council adopt the investment policy and resolution number 5224-2025 of the City of Barstow for fiscal year 2025-26. And 6, provide direction to staff for the use of Measure Q fund balance for one-time safety-related expenditures. I'm just going to go back on the item 1. If I misread the dollar amount, it was $68,156,966. I think I read that wrong. And City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to invite Finance Director Harris to provide this presentation.
All right, good evening. So this item summarizes the operation and capital improvement budget. We had 2 workshops this past May to conduct the analysis and collaborate on what we wanted to input in our operating budget and capital improvement budget for the fiscal year 2026. All right, so let us begin. So the combined fund balance this year for general fund and Measure Q leads us to $755,000 at the beginning of this coming fiscal year. There's an expected revenue this year of a combined total of $37,904,935. The expected revenues, the expected expenditures this year were, and on combined balance, so both Measure Q and General Fund, are $37,218,806. This creates an increase to fund balance this year of $686,000, leaving us with a fund balance at 6/30/2026, and of course this is an estimated fund balance of $8,241,947. This year, we discussed some details on our special revenue funds. We will go into another slide in a few slides about some of the additional priorities that council has directed staff. But as it stands, the revenues for this fiscal year in an all-inclusive special revenue funds is $14,558,328. This also includes the Barstow Fire Protection District as a special revenue fund. The expenditures this year, including fire as well, are $14,386,082. I would like to add or to call to attention that this is just the Fire Protection District known as Fund 225. This does not include the Measure Q portion of the fire special revenue funds. That creates an increase to fund balance of $172,000. Special revenue funds are those funds that are either reimbursable or they are pre-funded grants for the most part. So these are grant services based on activity. So if we have a request for a special project, generally speaking, the revenue will offset the expenditure. This is the budgeted CIP for this fiscal year. This includes projects that were in progress from fiscal year 25. This is these are the projects that we have identified that will be ongoing through the 26 fiscal year. We've also included the CDBG project for the Cora Harper HVAC replacement. We had a workshop, I believe it was the second workshop, where we identified special revenue funds and the fund balance that was available to work towards some of the projects that council has decided we needed to prioritize. So with the available fund balance of $6,443,000 and the revenue and expenditure expected for special revenue funds, we have an available fund balance that will be used for those priority projects identified on this slide. We are planning to spend $5.9 million of fund balance, and that will leave us with a remaining fund balance at the end of next fiscal year of $953,866. So overall funds, this is a picture of everything from top to bottom for our fiscal year 2026. Our general fund revenue at the expected $28.2 million. Measure Q funds at $9.6 million. Our special revenue at $14.5 million. Debt service, $2.6. Capital projects at $8.7 million. Our trust and agency, which is $31,850. And our enterprise, which is wastewater and solid waste funds, at $12 million. That leads us to an expected revenue for overall funds of $75,922,340. On the expenditure side, we plan to expend $26.9 million in general fund, $10.3 million in Measure Q, $14.4 million in special revenue, $2.6 million in debt service, and our capital projects of $8.7 million, trust and agency $10,500, and our enterprise funds of $11,685,000. So the expenditures for this year total, a grand total of $74,695,466, which gives us a positive net position at the end of next fiscal year. So as part of this item tonight, staff is seeking direction on expending fund balance for Measure Q. On one of our workshops, we had identified a certain number of projects, namely our safety and our parks area, where we would like to expend fund balance that is remaining for the Measure Q funds for this fiscal year. So to start, just to reiterate, our expected fund balance for Measure Q at July 1 will be $4,100,000. With the expected revenue and expenditures, that will leave us with an available fund balance at $3,450,000. So what we would like to do is use available fund balance to purchase these one-time capital equipment costs. So we have our flock cameras, which I believe our chief has walked us through the significant usage for that for the city. We also have our personal and protective equipment for fire, as well as some other equipment for the fire trucks. We have a remodel that we would like to finish for the PD side. There are some battalion chief vehicles that we would like to purchase as well. Cement mixer and apparatus. If you recall, our Public Works Department would like to purchase these items to allow for us to do small batches of concrete so that we can fix sidewalks and small projects without having to contract for the larger full load of concrete. We have some projects at the Harvey House that need to be completed, which include a boiler inspection and possible replacement, as well as getting a security contract for the Harvey House. We have some ADA walkways at the parks. We would like to complete our ball fields as well. And we also have some upgrades to concrete for ADA improvements. The Easton Senior Center also is needing an upgrade for ADA restrooms. Our Public Works Department has requested a stencil truck and skim patching and a trash pump. And those, of course, are all one-time purchases that can be utilized throughout the rest of the fiscal years. And there are some other upgrades that need to happen on the public works side for ADA upgrades. Pistols for the PD and bunker rake, which is a tool to use to maintenance our ball fields and ensure that the clay fields are properly leveled. And then, of course, we have a prospective project for city cameras, which we would like to either replace or install cameras in all of the city's facilities, including parks, fire facilities, and City Hall. That brings us to a total of $2.7 million. So if we use available fund balance for these one-time purchases, it will leave us with a remaining fund balance of just under $700,000 in our Measure Q funds. We've also reached out to our consultants at UFI who have worked with their bond counsel to propose a funding method similar to the TRIP funding that the city has taken out in the past. This would allow us to leverage our Measure I revenue to receive funds solely for the purpose for infrastructure for streets and roads. The interest rate has been verified that the 3.9% is available for the city, and so we could take advantage of this financing if council so chooses. We would be able to come back at another time to go into detail about this if council gives us the direction to do so.
And staff would like to recommend this actually going to the Streets Committee. My understanding is I learned the previous time where we went through the TRIP financing process, it started with the Streets Committee so they could evaluate and make a recommendation to council. We did introduce this at the workshop, so we wanted to bring back with more information with a true interest cost that they provided, the finance director, and again, seek concurrence if council would like to staff to take this to the Streets Committee for further review. I'll turn it back to Sydney. Apologize.
No problem. That is our last slide for the budget presentation. However, just to continue on with the several items on this staff report, staff is seeking approval for the appropriations limit for both the city of Barstow as well as the fire district. The purpose of the appropriation limit is, of course, to limit the level of financing that the city can use based on the level of general taxes received by the city. So basically, it establishes a limit that we cannot exceed or outpace our revenues with debt. This year, for the city of Barstow, our appropriations limit has increased by $3.8 million, which still has our limit lower, or we're still under the limit of the appropriations by $31 million. For the Barstow Fire Protection District, our appropriation limit is calculated at $10,115,000, which is $4,175,000 under the appropriations limit. Our publicly available pay schedule, as a requirement per CalPERS, is presented to council for the annual, for the adoption for the fiscal year 2026. This schedule lists all of the approved positions available to the city. However, not all of the positions listed there are budgeted for this fiscal year. The investment report as presented has no reportable changes for this fiscal year and has just been updated to include current dates. And of course, number 6, seeking direction on spending the fund balance for Measure Q to the council's discretion. And that concludes the presentation. So if you have any questions, please feel free.
And can you go back to, I'm sorry, can you go back to the previous slide so they can see, and that way we can get further direction if council had questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Harris, questions from council? Councilmember Hernandez?
My concern is expenditures because of the available funding that's Measure Q, right? The $3 million?
Correct.
And my concern is, heaven forbid something, COVID-19 happens in the future. My preference would be, I'm all for one-time expenditures.
This is questions at this
Yeah,
time.
so my question is why we haven't prioritized, the suggestions to the council as to what is the priority needs, and it's just lumped together. So that's my question at this point.
I do apologize for not putting them in a priority list. I know that we were gathering a lot of data from all the departments and each department's individual priorities, but we did not collectively look at what is the highest priority. In looking at this, for me, the police and fire equipment is very important. The city cameras are very important, but ADA, the ADA compliance is also very important. So to weight those in order was difficult. And again, in looking at just pulling together each department, of course, these are their top priorities. So in looking in the totality, I do apologize for not putting it in my preference to recommend to council, and I will look at doing so in the future. I would like to, during this process, get council priorities within this list, if you so wish to support any of these going forward.
Any other questions? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of questions, and I'll start with this, what is this called? It lists all the positions and the salaries. My question is, I remember requesting that we identify which positions they exist, but they're non-funded. And am I missing something because I don't see where they are identified? And I'm looking at, in the package, page 288. And it's 15C on item 15.
So this is the full salary schedule. This does not mean the page 288, the actual employee classification and compensation program, lists all of the employees that are approved, not necessarily budgeted. So the budgeted positions are listed. Sydney can get there faster than I can.
So in your budget book package, pages
291 maybe?
No, pages 8 and 9 list all of the budgeted positions. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, it's in here. Is there a reason why they weren't listed in our agenda?
They were in the publicly noticed agenda. They were. That full document was not listed or put into your budget book. Your agenda book. The budget portion of it was broken out and is in this separate binder. So in this budget binder, beginning on page 7, I believe, is where we have the budgeted positions listed. The previous list that you referenced on page 290, now I gotta look at the page number, I'm sorry.
It is in the, sorry if I could jump in, it is in the budget. It's also in the agenda packet. It's packet page 179 and following the next few pages.
So, I believe what they have in front of them, it does not have it in order. So the budget is not in their same agenda packet. It's in a separate budget book.
What's in their book?
Oh.
Yeah, their binder? Yes. You know your binder?
Well, thank you for letting me know, because
And
I was looking in the agenda and didn't cross-reference it to what was in the actual folder.
Okay.
So,
And I didn't realize how the budget books were put together, so I apologize. In the publicly noticed agenda, it was in there on both the total list of all the positions, whether they're budgeted or not, is a separate list that you referred to, and then the actual budgeted positions.
So on the public notice agenda, they get something different than we do that's in front of us?
You have all the information, it's just broken out, staff broke it out into these budget books.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the clarification of where to find it. Thank you for that. I do have questions on the Measure Q because I'm concerned that we would deplete the funds. And, you know, I know Measure Q had just met. Was this presented to them, or does this happen after we make the decisions?
This was presented at the Measure Q committee meeting that happened yesterday at 4:30.
Were there concerns?
There were no concerns that were raised. I do not know if the committee plans to bring any concerns to council, but there were no concerns raised at the meeting.
Thank you. So I do have another questions with the Measure Q. For instance, we had already previously spoke about the police department improvements, what needs to be done.
Mhm.
And now we're looking at the facility remodel for the fire. And I know that they get 3% from the cannabis money we discussed. Can we use the cannabis money for the remodel? Because Measure Q was not meant for remodels. It was meant for safety, like guns, etc. So why haven't we considered putting this, and I've asked this before, in that 3% of cannabis funds versus dipping in further into our Measure Q on stuff that, yes, does it help our safety? Absolutely. But is it as essential as the pistols or the flock cameras? So was there any consideration of putting it somewhere else?
There was consideration. I wanted to ensure that we took a picture or a perspective of what we had discussed over the course of the workshops, so that we can pinpoint. So these are the items that were raised as priorities over the course of the workshop. And so we put together this presentation as a perspective of all of the items that rose to the surface during those workshops. So if council is providing direction for us to seek other funding for this improvement, we certainly can do that.
Thank you. Also, my other question would be Harvey House Security, a contract. I thought we already have some type of security out there and employees. And to do security, the Harvey House right now, we're losing money on it, and we will further lose money on it if we go with the contract.
So what this proposal is to have a trial period for security and revitalize the Harvey House. Right now we have part-time staff, and in speaking to one of the tenants, they are looking at vacating and going to another location because there's not enough foot traffic there, there's not enough visitors there for them to get the traffic they're looking for. This is an effort to revitalize the Harvey House in totality, market it, and put some more secure measures. One of the concerns was the safety factor there, in that we don't have security there right now. We have part-time staffers. So to truly have security, and my understanding is we previously did have security. We had a property management company that was overseeing the rental, and that's when we did have more of the offices actually leased and rented out. So my goal is to revitalize the Harvey House and re-energize that vitality that it had at one time by putting security there, putting taking the measures to make it more safe and hopefully secure some rentals. And again, just a 1-year pilot program to revitalize and reinstitute the security that we did previously have. In my former city, used a security company, so I got some quotes in using like security agencies to come up with the dollar amount. It is higher just to have some cushion, but this would just be for a one-year trial basis to see if we could bring it back up, and if it's not successful, put in some measures to do that, put that evaluation in place and report back to council.
Wouldn't it be more effective if we got the tenants first? Because, I mean, yes, we can have security, but we also have police officers that could patrol, they can go in. But if we don't have the tenants and we have security, the security is just strictly for the building, the empty building that we have, versus getting the tenants and then increasing it, thinking about security. I'm just thinking of it as let's fill the building or let's get tenants in, and then let's talk about a trial basis for security. I'm just curious as to why security first. And I understand what you're saying, but I'm just curious as to why, because again, we're losing money on the Harvey House already.
So the answer is to make people feel safe in order to rent the offices, to make it more secure. So there is, again, that one tenant that I spoke to was specifically saying that they're looking at going somewhere else because of the lack of feeling secure, the homeless in the area, and having police resources there. This is an alternative to having our safety resources there just for security if there's not anything happening. We want to keep them available for actual safety calls. This is a cheaper option to make people feel more secure that do have the training, but we're not paying as much as we would a police officer to station.
Do we have data to show that we've had a lot of incidents at the Harvey House, or other than just one person that's leasing? Do we have any data to say, hey, we need to up the security because there's real big issues there?
No. I just have the reference of how it was operating when we did have security there, where it was, we did have a lot more offices leased versus where we don't have many offices leased now. They're vacant, and we don't have the security.
Thank you. I appreciate the answers, because again, the concern is spending this kind of money out of Measure Q and depleting it as we're looking at right now. So thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Noble?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just had a couple of questions in reference to the facility remodel for the fire department and what remodeling we're going to be doing, and then also the building improvement for the PD. Based on the improvements that we've already done, what additional improvements are we looking at? And then my last question would be, the remaining funds that are remaining, what happens with that?
I'll look to Chief Cisneros to answer first, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. As far as the fire station remodel and consideration, the facility hasn't been upgraded since its existence and build, so it's in excess of 40-plus years. We do have significant roof leaks, so the priority of this initial ask is to get the roof fixed first, so then we can start working on the internals and integrity of the building. Also to assess, its worthiness as far as seismic retrofit considerations and all that good stuff. So initially, it's going to be focused on the roof, and that way we can start addressing all the stuff on the inside as far as ADA, upgrading the living space and quarters for future growth, and livable conditions for the personnel.
Does this also include the area where the kitchen and all that?
That's correct. It's going to encompass the entire roof initially, because I don't want to do anything inside until we get the roof fixed. And then also you'll see a similar ask for the next couple of years to try and work on all the progressive process and a building plan and a construction plan for Fire Station 361.
And then I'll ask Chief Arthur to answer the next question about the police facility.
Yes. So the majority of the police department has been remodeled. There is still a portion of it remaining. It's the area around our break room kitchen that goes into the men's locker room, and also additional portion where part of our evidence technician's office. Those weren't touched at all. So that's where these funds would come to help for us to remodel, expand. The main focus obviously is for the men's locker room because we're running out of room. We need to expand. We have some room where we can expand. We can have a little bit more time within the same building and be able to fit more officers until we're able to establish enough for a new building.
And as, oh, I'm sorry, and as to the remaining balance, we took the priority projects for each department that were an impact to the community and safety, and that's what we're recommending. And because we wanted to be mindful, we stuck to this list, but we're happy to take direction from the council on the remaining balance.
Thank you, Councilor Noble. Councilmember Hernandez.
Now, is this supposed to be the remaining balance as of June 30th, 2026?
Correct. That is with the...
That's how this projection is?
Yes.
Correct?
Correct. We do currently have the fund balance at July 1st. I'll look to Sydney to provide the projection backup, but this is the projected fund balance at July 1st based on actuals this year, and I'll again defer to her as to when she pulled that most recent data.
Correct. This data actually was pulled, I believe Monday was the last time we reviewed the current fiscal year revenues received. So with this projection, if all things go according to budgeted plan for the fiscal year 25, this is the closest estimate we can come with based on the actions that are ongoing currently. Now, just keep in mind that the fiscal year ends 6/30/25. We still have 2 months of accruals so that we take any invoices that come in after the fact that are applied to this period, and we accrue that back to the fiscal year 2025, and it works for revenues as well. So there could be plus or minus some dollars which would impact this fund balance as of 7/1/25.
And that continues to be my concern. What happens if the revenues don't come in?
As of right now, I'm sorry.
That's my concern in not having a cushion. But I don't think 697,000 to me is sufficient cushion for our city. And then the other question I would have was when we would do these purchases, we're not going to do them all at once. So how is that, that's going to affect the budget. When are we going to do the expenditures, as opposed to when the revenues come in?
So to answer your first question, we do have our required reserves, and we also have a healthy reserve in our general fund, non-Measure Q, well above our reserves, about $4 million, I believe, there, in addition to our $6 million reserve. So we do have that. This is only specific to the Measure Q. On the list of expenditures here and the incoming revenue is based on our current businesses and our current revenues received. There has been a dip, specifically a dip in gas tax, and that's why you see it slightly lower than last year. However, those still are steady revenues that we get in on a regular basis. Now, to the question on the projects here, to your point, there are a lot of projects here. We wouldn't be able to have them all start at one time. So this would be spread throughout the year, which means those would not all be front-loaded. They would occur throughout the year, and as that would go coinciding with the revenue that we receive throughout the year based on our current businesses in the city, and that's what wasn't included in HDL. Our sales tax consultants' projections were the few businesses that opened recently, but the impact of any other businesses that might come in. But those few that opened recently, and we have an upcoming project that weren't considered. So I feel that these are strong projections, and we do have, again, these are quite a few large projects that would take some time, and they would occur throughout the entire year. not all at the beginning.
That's what I wanted to make sure, that we have the cushion, because it looks like, we're spending, and what if something goes wrong? So I just wanted that clarified for the public as far as, because the way it looks doesn't look good. Not, and so we're going to approach hopefully the ADA projects first? Is that
Yes.
your recommendation?
Yes, that is my recommendation. The highest priority projects, I know that we only have so much staffing, so we would have to prioritize that order with the most significant projects first.
Depending on the funding, correct?
Correct, depending on council's direction on the funding, of course, if approved.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
Thank you. So the voters voted it in for certain criterias. And we as a council have a responsibility to listen to what our voters voted in Measure Q in. And some of these things on the list are not what the voters voted in.
Is there a question?
Their question, yes, it's coming. So my concern is, and the question is, why the Public Works, yes, we understand they do a lot of work out there, but why is the stencil truck, the skim patching, the trash pump, the cement mixer and apparatus, and even the Public Works ADA restroom upgrades, why are those not being done out of general fund that are non-Measure Q?
I will have to look to staff to give more information on the specific needs of those items, if you have that.
Yeah, I'll go with the stencil truck first, and then you might have to remind me of which other ones you need answers
Everything
on.
that has to do with Public Works, why are they not being funded through non-Measure Q?
So Public Works, or Measure Q was passed for Public Works as well. In the actual measure, Public Works was a part of that, and they did many presentations. A lot of their stuff, like the stencil truck, that obviously does all your stenciling out on the roads. So public safety, that is a Measure Q aspect of it also. Skim patching is the exact same thing. It's a different type of truck, but it patches all your potholes. It does all those types of things out there for the streets.
Do we not have those trucks now, or those type of equipment?
Yeah, your stencil truck is about 30 plus years old currently. So there is a benefit to bringing on new equipment. Times that it's down, that it's not functioning, so then we don't stripe anything out there, or use the stencils. The other thing is that the new technology on this stuff will allow less operators instead of having multiple people out there using it. So the actual functionality of it will improve tremendously for the city, or for Public Works actually, on time put into it compared to what you're getting out of it, compared to what we currently have on that stencil truck specifically.
Thank you. Can you tell me a little more about the flock cameras? Why do we need flock cameras, and what is it that we need them for right now? What do they?
The purpose for the flock cameras is it's an investigative tool. Both our officers and detectives use them on a daily basis. We have, I think it's 33 or 34. So we're grateful that the city approved those. But I would say it's inadequate based on the size of the city, which is why when I reached out to Flock just to get an update, I asked them to provide, give me an overview of their recommendation, since they deal with this from various cities across the country. And they put together a list that would enhance significantly the amount of cameras that we have to help investigate for various crimes. Like I said, we use them on daily. We've got murders off the street, obviously stolen vehicles, other violent crimes that the vehicles are used in. These have been helpful for us. That's just to name a few things. So this is basically just an additional tool for our officers to help keep the citizens safe.
Can you tell me about the pistols?
Yes, so the reason for the pistols, our current pistol is one that is basically, they're still in litigation process right now from the manufacturer of possible accidental discharges. We have been fortunate enough that that has not happened, but I don't want to wait for that to happen. So this is a way to get in front of it and get new pistols to replace the ones we currently have.
How many do we currently have?
How many? Well, it's for each officer's. I'd say usually we have about 50 because we want to have a little bit extra on hand for getting new officers. In that case, just unfortunately, guns malfunction and they have to be, sent back to the manufacturer.
So what you just described, in my opinion, and would it be in your opinion that this is absolutely a priority, the pistols?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. And just one last thing, so the Fulkerson concrete ADA between fields, is there a reason why we would want to have concrete is this to connect the two fields, or can that person drive to the other side like they do now if something's going on the other side? Is this like essential to have now?
Yeah, I'll take that one. Yes, ma'am. So what that is that currently, if you go to Fulkerson, where you on the ball field side, not in the regular park area, if you park in the ADA parking stalls, there's a ramp that goes up to where there's that concrete bleacher area. Then you can go to the left, but you cannot go to the right. So, for example, if I were to park there currently, and I don't want to air out all of our dirty laundry, but if I were to park there currently, I can't get to the other ball field. So if I was disabled, and I parked in a disabled parking stall, I would not be able to get to one of the fields. I would only be able to go to one, and I would only be able to stand on the first base side. So if my children or whoever were playing and they were the home team on the third base line, I'd be having to stay on the right side because I wouldn't be able to get over there unless I went through the parking lot to get over there. The idea is that we want to put concrete. We're moving the fences back currently, doing a lot of improvements there. We wanted to go ahead and finish that project out. So that's why you see the Fulkerson Park fields, you see the concrete, two different sections in there. The reason why you have that on there is because we're getting all the brand new lights, we're getting the fences moved in this current budget, and then we also took some of the funding and we pushed it over to the sports park to do those two fields that were identified, I think about 2 months ago, a month and a half ago. So we took some of the funding that was in this fiscal year to address those fields because we can get them done very fast. And while we're working on the current project at Fulkerson, we weren't able to do those fields anyways. So the ADA stuff will connect the fields, and then we're going to put concrete around the outside perimeter of the field. So if I was a disabled individual, I could park, I can go sit in the outfield, I can sit on the left field side, right field side, and then I can go onto either side of the park to minors or the majors.
Thank you for that. And one last question. The lighting for our H Street soccer field, why did that not make this list? Because there's no lighting at night. It's not good. So why do we not have this on this list?
So we made the decision to not put that one on this list because that is one of the projects we plan on bringing forward for the cannabis fund, the community promotional fund out of the cannabis fund. That was one of the 3 projects that was identified by some of the community members that were wanting to participate in that. So we went ahead and we held off on that project, putting that one on here, and we're whenever we have that committee meeting, then we were going to be putting that project specifically on that agenda.
And so going back to my question on the police department remodel and now the fire department remodel, why are we not utilizing the 3% that they get from cannabis towards these completing the remodel and doing the remodel for the fire department?
That's absolutely an option.
It is an option. However, I would like to add that those funds, last year we budgeted approximately $120,000. As of last review, we had about $96,000 of those funds received. So we could use them towards these remodels. However, there would not be enough funds to complete both. We would be able to do one or a part of the other.
Right, and that's what I would like to see, because we, to deplete the Measure Q, we can't even fulfill what the senior citizens are asking for, and we're throwing this around like it's candy. And that's my concern, is that, if we can offset, that is an option. Is that what I just heard?
Right. And yes, and we do also, to add to your comment, we do also have the funds available in our community. It was the $50,000 for senior center. Those funds are still available for use for the purposes that the senior center would like. We just
Actually, yeah. So there are restrictions on what we can use those funds for. So I think some of the requests that they've made, that's a different,
It is,
whole
but,
different.
but they're listening to what we're saying here. And, we're throwing this money around or saying we want to spend here, here, and here. And they're like, wait a minute, I understand it's a separate thing, but I want, to help educate, to say that the money's still there for them. And I'll be asking that question when it's time to ask those questions, but just so that they understand that it's different.
Right. Well, and I wanted to answer it right now, actually. So in some of the requests, they've been not for the public citizens, public at large. It's been for private use. And so that's the difference. And there is this funding available. It just has to be spent appropriately. And I know that we've gotten some requests that if the city was making the purchases and the city had oversight, it would be different. So we do have to meet with the seniors and work through that process. And I do have some recommendations, but I just wanted to be clear in that.
And that's what I wanted to make clear, is that they are understanding that they're separate, and I'm saddened that we haven't met with them yet.
And to add on, I know your initial question was why on the public works items. I just wanted to go over, the language for the Measure Q funds per our website does say that it's local funding for public safety and citywide services. And number 3 does call out to maintain streets, parks, and repair potholes. So I just wanted to add that it is specifically for public works and staff. That's the only reason we're bringing those items.
No, and I get that, and I totally understand that, but there's a lot on this list, and why can't we use general funds? Why are we putting this all on Measure Q?
Yes, absolutely. And we will take direction. Yeah, we'll take direction from council. These are just some recommended priorities.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So on the slide that you have up, the Harvey House boiler, it was mentioned that it's for inspection and possible replacement. So does the funds budgeted, is that just for the inspection, or does that anticipate the replacement?
It's both, but we do not have a quote on hand for that boiler to be replaced, but it's one of the original pieces of that Harvey House, and it's leaking currently, so we wanted to get it fully inspected and then go from there. If they can potentially patch it, and then we would.
Okay, so the inspection is to determine replace or patch.
Correct.
Thank you. And then on the recommended action item, so you brought the possibility of a loan, and you've asked for direction to take it to the street committee, which I'm in favor of, but it's not in the recommended action. So do we need to add that to the motion, Mr. Attorney?
That's just, add that to the motion as direction to return with it. There's nothing approved tonight in terms of any loans. It's direction to return with options.
And then, Ms. Clayton, you're asking for a priority on what we're seeing in front of us right now. So are you asking us to number them 1 through 20? Are you asking us to put department priorities? How are you asking for us to prioritize these?
We actually are asking for approval for all of these items.
Okay.
If you have a priority, we're happy to take a priority. If you don't want to approve all of them, what staff is asking for is approval of all of them.
Okay. And then I believe you answered already, because we heard questions here about reserves. And to your understanding, I know you weren't here for Measure Q. Measure Q is not to establish reserves, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
So do the priorities for the Measure Q have to happen tonight, or can this be like a workshop?
We did bring this at the workshop. So this is, I believe, this is the third time it's actually been presented to the council, this list of items. So we were hoping that you had enough information to feel comfortable whether you would like to go forward with approving or not so for certain items if that were the case, or not so for any of the items if that's the case.
Thank you. I just don't remember seeing the fire remodel on the list at the last workshop. I did miss one of the workshops, but I don't remember seeing that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more requests to speak from council, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from public?
We do. Our first speaker is Ms. Teresa Tank.
Welcome, Mrs. Tang.
So I'm curious, I have a few questions. One on page 288 and 289 on the listed jobs of animal control officer and animal service manager. I'm assuming that they are listed but not funded. Not sure exactly why they're still there, especially if the city's not doing animal control or anything else. On page 33 of the master fee schedule concerning animal services, I'm curious to know how much of these fees actually go back to the Humane Society. Because the city doesn't do impound, they don't do boarding. I don't understand why adoption fees are on here, because in the contract for the Humane Society, it says city should not be entitled to receive any portion of any adoption or spaying, neutering fees collected by society. So I'm not too sure why, you've got those things. The surrender fees, miscellaneous fees, disposal of deceased animals is $50. That's way over $150 just to go into one particular, not even going to the vet's office. So some of these things are, to me, are low. So is the city making up for the difference that the Humane Society has to, say, on a deceased animal? If someone comes in and pays $50, is the city paying the additional amount to the Humane Society that's going to cost for that disposal? There's a whole bunch of things. I know there was a big uproar last year when this originally came out for the fee of $175 for, this one's for unspayed or unneutered. Some animals, they're either too young, they're too old, or they have medical conditions that they can't be fixed. So is there an option that someone's not being able to, if they have a vet letter, will a fee be reduced? But some of these things are just way out of proportion. I don't understand that the city would be getting impound fees. That is, you're not doing anything. That should go to the Humane Society for impounding those animals that they collect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tang.
Our last speaker on this item is Mr. Eugene Butici.
Welcome, Mr. Butici.
Thank you. My specific would be in regards to security over at the Harvey House. Now, I'm not sure exactly how that security would be done, but I would like to emphasize the importance, as city manager had mentioned, currently it's part-time staff, part-time rec staff that's over there. Given the particular size of that facility, the ins and outs of things, I think it's a good idea to have some form of security at that facility. Councilmember Rose did have a good point of it's almost like a chicken or the egg, which is first. Do you put the security first, or do you wait till you have the tenants? For myself as a tenant, or if I was a tenant there, I carry very odd hours. Sometimes I could possibly be going to the office over at the Harvey House at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I have been there at 6 o'clock in the morning, and you will have people sleeping outside the facility. I would not feel safe. Fortunately, I'm 6 feet tall and I'm a male, so it's not as much of a risk. But if you were to have a tenant that would say mid-20s, an entrepreneur renting a small office, And if that person were to have to go into the Harvey House at 6 o'clock in the morning, that can be pretty scary. So I think there's a benefit there. The other part is you have those railroad cars there. During the wintertime, there could be someone who figures out a way to get inside that railroad car and to keep warm at nighttime, where you would not be able to tell from the outside. And unless I'm mistaken, if they were to do that for a 1-month period, they have established residency, and then you would need to go through eviction, which would be another 3 months, so it'll be a longer process. So having security there, just having the additional body, whatever, looking around on the property, that would work as a deterrent in of itself. I have seen it happen before, again, with no one being around. Some people have managed to get up onto the balcony area and would be able to break windows or cause damage up there. So my idea of security is to help not only as far as who the tenants would be, but also help protect the Harvey House and its property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Battisti.
We have no other comment.
I'll bring it back to council for questions, and before I look at the board here, Ms. Clayton, are you able to answer Mrs. Tank's questions regarding the employee classification compensation program?
Yes, those positions are listed in our salary schedule, but they are not budgeted. So if you go to the budgeted pages, we did not have the animal control manager. We established the position, but we didn't budget it, and it was never filled. So it's not on the budgeted positions at all. The animal control officer does appear as being budgeted last fiscal year, but not budgeted for the proposed 25-26 year.
Okay.
And going to the questions on the fees, the Humane Society, when the contract begins, they will perform services. The city does have some after-hours support that we will provide. If that happens to be the case, to where any applicable fees could be collected, that would be in effect. But even if the city doesn't collect any of those fees or have any of those processes in place, we need to keep those on our fee schedule, because if we were to assume animal control in the future, before we go through another fee study, we would need to establish them. So we wouldn't want to remove them even though we don't budget to receive them. We would want to keep them in our fee schedule for if it were to ever happen in the future.
Okay. So it would be typical then for the classification and compensation program to include unfunded positions because they could return.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, I see no request for more questions by the council members. With that, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I so move that the recommendation that was brought before the staff, that we move forward with it, and that the priorities be established based on the recommendation of the staff to bring back before council moving forward.
Thank you. Could you include to take the financial analyst to the
Oh, yes.
street committee?
Yes, and taking that to the street committee, yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Mayor, can I do a subsequent?
I don't have a second yet, so I can't entertain a subsequent.
I'll give you a second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Noble and a second by Councilmember Hernandez. The motion's to approve the staff's recommendation for the staff to provide the priority on the 20 items listed and to take the funding to for the funding program for streets to street committee.
Mayor, I'd like to do a subsequent motion.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'd like to make a subsequent motion that we, in regards to the Measure Q funds, that we prioritize, and we talked about the subsequent motion would be that the remodel of the fire department and of the police department would be funded with offset by the cannabis funds.
I'm not sure we can do that. We can take them out of this funding, but cannabis funds are not on the agenda. Is that correct?
No, actually, because the budget, the entire budget is the agenda item, the council could, if desired, shift it to the cannabis funds.
Okay.
Because it's the entire budget.
Okay, does that complete the motion?
Yes, and then prioritize, I just have, that like the stencil truck, like get one of the trucks, stencil truck, and pull it out of the Measure Q and through the general fund. And that would be my motion, to get one of those trucks to get out of the general fund.
Do I have a second on the subsequent motion? Seeing none, the subsequent motion dies, and is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call for... Oh, okay. Councilmember Hernandez, you weren't in there.
I like the fact that we should use the cannabis funds first. So I don't know how we can word that. I'm in agreement with that part.
That motion died.
So we can't.
That motion died.
Okay, all right.
So Mayor, can I do an additional motion?
I was just going to jump in. As I understood the motion with the Mayor Pro Tem, it was two components, right? The cannabis component and the stencil truck being shifted to the general fund.
And I can retract, and if I can do another motion.
Through the
I'll-
mayor,
I'll
yeah.
take the truck out of it and just do the other two, the remodels out of the, so they can be offset by the cannabis funds.
Yeah, that would be legal, yeah.
Okay, so please state the motion.
Yes, I'd like to do a subsequent to the subsequent motion.
No, that subsequent motion is dead, so it'd just be a subsequent motion.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to make a subsequent motion that the remodel of the fire department and of the police department be pulled out of the cannabis funds.
I will second that.
Can I also include to take the finance to the street committee?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem to approve the budget, but removing the remodeling of the fire and the PD buildings to the there's a name for it. It's not cannabis. It's a promotional fund. Is that correct?
So there's several cannabis funds, right? There's the cannabis promotional fund.
3% one.
There's the
Which
3% fund.
So is that the 3%?
And there's the 3%
Okay.
has two pieces. I understand the request to be the 3% fund.
Okay, so for clarification, it's the 3% fund, and then to take the finance for streets to the street committee. So the motion was made, Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez. Any requests to speak? I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to approve the budget as presented with removing the police and fire remodel offset to the 3% of the cannabis funds passes 4-0.
Thank you,
Did I
Madam
get all
Clerk.
that? Oh, and the
And
streets for the funding.
The financing,
To the streets committee, sorry.
With that, we'll go into our public hearing section of the agenda. Item 16, first reading and introduction of ordinance number 1032-2025, adding chapter 9.74 and amending section 19.14.030 slash or comma 19.16.020 and 19.16.030 of the Barstow Municipal Code regarding smoke shops and tobacco stores. The recommended action is that the City Council continue the public hearing to July 15th, 2025, and on July 15th, 2025, to consider the introduction of ordinance number 1032-2025, limiting the prohibition of smoke shops and tobacco stores with the City of Barstow and amending the Barstow Municipal Code to add a new chapter 9.74 and update sections 19.14.030, 19.16.020, and 19.16.030 of the zoning ordinance of the City of Barstow. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As staff is requesting to continue this item, I will look to City Attorney Summers to provide additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. Mayor and council and community, what's before you is the recommendation to continue it to July 15th, reflecting the fact that we had a reach out from the National Association of Convenience Store Retailers to have a further discussion. At this, mindful the ordinance has gone through Rules and Policy and Planning Commission. Staff ourselves cannot change the ordinance. That would take a council action, but we wanted to have an opportunity to continue to work with that Association of Retailers and their local business representatives. Some of the folks who we saw the last two times this was the council, our local business owners, to have a conversation with them about what they're looking so we can bring that information to the council. Council will have to make the policy choice, but we wanted additional time to have those conversations with our business community and the national representatives. So with that, we would recommend, I mean, if there's anybody here to speak tonight, of course, you could take it.
I will
But
open
we'd
the public
recommend
hearing.
continuing it. Thank you.
I see no questions from council. With that, I will open the public hearing at 8:50 p.m. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, we have one, Mr. Eugene Butici.
Welcome, Mr. Batishi.
Thank you. Actually, with what I had something to say, but City Attorney Summers helped explain why the reason for continuing with this, because originally I didn't understand why. I thought this was pretty well a done deal and to the satisfaction of all parties involved. But as Mr. Summers had mentioned, apparently there's another organization that has come forward that would like to perhaps bring up points that had not already been considered. So at this point, I have nothing to say on it.
Thank you, Mr. Batishi. Being a public hearing, do we have anyone wishing to come up and speak in favor or opposed? Seeing no one approaching, we will close the public comment of this and continue. We'll need a vote to continue.
Yeah, it'd be a vote to continue the hearing to
I'll need
July
a
15th.
motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion to continue by Councilmember Hernandez and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to continue passes 4-0.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to public hearing, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Barstow, California, amending and establishing specific fees for the city's services for fiscal year 2025-2026. The recommended action is that the City Council adopt resolution number 5226-2025, amending and establishing the master fee schedule for the fiscal year 2025 to 2026 and waive the full reading. And City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to invite Director Harris to provide this presentation.
Good evening. Staff is seeking approval to amend the master fee schedule to include an increase to the consumer price index as stated per the Riverside San Bernardino area of consumer price index. In addition, there are several fees that have been increased to include categories to cover staffing costs as well as additional overhead cost. There is an outline on the increase in fees and on page II and III in your agenda, packet 17 or section 17A. Staff is available if you have any questions.
Do you have any questions of staff from council? Seeing none, yes, Councilmember Hernandez?
It was very confusing. I want to know why they weren't compared. Usually it's, we have the prior year and then the following year. And is the green that is in our agenda, are those the changes?
Yes, the green as outlined in the actual master fee schedule are the changes. And I believe that in the table of amendments, there's an explanation of increases from the former fiscal year to the current fiscal year.
Some were percentages as opposed to
for actual amounts.
Right,
So
and
the percentages reflect the consumer price increase just as a percentage. If there was an increase that included additional costs per like staff time, that increase was a dollar amount. So you will see some differences in the increase. Largely, those increases are aligned with the consumer price index.
My concern is that the public that is coming in to obtain the services can understand
right
why we're doing it. And that was the...
Correct.
I wondered why it needed to be so confusing.
And you did get a handout to show, yes. And going forward, we would always have the current fees with the proposed fees next to them on a schedule. And we apologize for not having that in this packet.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, is this something that we can put on our website for the public to
Absolutely.
see?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, a scaled-down version.
Yes, a scaled down version. And so with this, I know we haven't brought the CPI index forward, but what the standard practice we would employ going forward is to keep a standing list so we have the historical fees all in one comprehensive list. Of course, not a scaled down, as you stated.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. So just for clarification, because see the red line and then the proposed amount would have been ideal. And so is that what you're proposing that we will see in future, the red line and then the changes in whatever color this happens to be green?
Yes, it would be clear, not necessarily red line, but very clear in that one column with the current fees and then clearly identified the CPI factor that would be used and what the proposed fee with that CPI factor. And I know when you have a per square foot or those get challenging, but we'll work to have a way to present it to where you can clearly see what the current fee is next to the proposed fee.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Seeing no more questions from council, I will open the public hearing at 8:57 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We have no requests on this item.
Okay, being a public hearing, do we have anyone wishing to speak in favor or opposed? Seeing no one approaching, we will close the public hearing at 8:57 p.m. Do I have any further questions from council? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Our second, Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Councilmember Noble to approve as presented by staff. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to approve as presented passes 4-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 18, another public hearing. Review the city's military equipment annual report and adopt resolution number 5227-2025 to renew ordinance number 989-2022, approving the city's military equipment policy as required by California Government Code Section 7070. The Barstow Police Department is committed to transparency, public trust, community partnership, and compliance with legal requirements. Staff's recommended action is that the City Council approve the 2024 Military Equipment Annual Report and adopt Resolution number 5227-2025, renewing ordinance number 989-2022 with approved the Department's military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. The renewal of the proposed ordinance is exempt from the review under California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, per CEQA Guidelines Section 15378B25. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to invite Chief Arthur to provide this report, but before handing it over to him, I wanted to call out that on packet page 461, we did reference budget fiscal year 24-25, and that should have been 25-26. But with that, I will turn it over to Chief Arthur.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council, and members of the public. In accordance with Assembly Bill 481, this is our annual military equipment and report, as well as our policy update to provide to the council. For the reported year of 2024, there was, for military use, equipment use, the department used our rescue vehicle, or the MRAP, and 2 diversionary device during 1 critical incident requiring resolution by our special response team. Members of the response team also were deployed with standard equipment during this incident, which included chemical agents and our 6-hour 5.16 rifles. In addition to this incident, the department's military equipment was used during additional training exercises as well as displays during community events. There were no additional equipment purchases during this reported year. Staff reviewed department records and determined that there were no complaints or concerns reported on the use of the military equipment, and an internal audit was conducted and determined that there are no violations of military equipment use policy. And the military equipment policies included updated quantities of each items possessed by the department and the costs associated with those items. As of right now, we only intend to purchase ammunition and chemical agents to maintain adequate inventory for the reporting year. And that's all I have. I'm open to any questions that the council might have.
Thank you, Chief Arthur. Councilmember Noble.
No, just a question. Thank you, Mayor. The annual report, we did this last year. Were there any additions other than what you just mentioned that is different from last year's report?
No difference.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Noble. Seeing no more requests to speak, I will open the public hearing at 9:02 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We have none.
Being a public hearing, I'll ask if there's anyone wanting to speak in favor or opposed. Seeing no one approaching, I'll close the public hearing at 9:02 p.m. Are there any further questions from council? Seeing no requests or questions from council, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the recommendation by staff to move forward with the military equipment annual report and adopt the resolution.
And I will second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Noble to adopt the resolution as presented by staff, second by Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion to approve item 18 passes 4-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we move on to our last public hearing, item number 19. Consideration of development agreement termination for commercial cannabis business operator Zengrow, Inc. The recommended action is that the City Council adopt resolution number 5228-2025, terminating the development agreement with Zengrow, attachment 4, and direct staff to take further steps to consummate the development agreement termination. If the development agreement is terminated, the city plans to assess its options for how to best use the property. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Since we posted this, we have been approached by Zengrow asking for, they have a plan to actually be made whole. And so we are seeking the council to open the public hearing and continue it to a date certain, but I'm going to turn over to City Attorney Summers to provide more information on that.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton. Mayor and Council, as noted, Zengrow has in the past gotten behind and then paid, gotten behind and then paid. This is the first time they've gotten so far behind as to necessitate noticing a hearing, but they have submitted documentation that they have in process with a loan to borrow the cash necessary to pay the city, which is owed about $200,000 in annual cannabis fees. So with that, given that they're in process on the loan, we would recommend opening the hearing, taking any comments tonight, and then continuing to July 15th. One more month for them to complete the loan and pay the city. If they do pay, problem solved. If they don't pay, terminate the DA. That would be our recommendation. Thank you.
Any questions of staff from council before I open the public hearing? Yes, Councilmember Noble.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Do we know why they're behind, and why were they behind on these fees?
Our understanding of why they're behind is that the family that operates this business had a death in the family of a significant figure, and that caused them to get sideways with financing, and inheritance issues triggered it. But as noted, the folks in the family who have taken it over now are in process of borrowing funds. And I think staff may have more details. I'll look to Mr. Hildreth to add more on that as they work on the ground with them.
Well, based on the amount, how long has that accumulated to the amount that it is now?
So December of 2024 is when the fees were due.
6 months.
We've been working with them. However, this property was actually part of the first wave. It was supposed to get put in the first wave that you guys terminated the development agreements, I believe, 2 months ago. This one was mistakenly left off. We've still been working with the owner to try to get caught up, and then we finally have now brought it before council because there's a big noticing process to be able to remove or to terminate a DA. So that's why it's before you tonight. However, during this time frame, he approached the state and he approached us, providing some documentation where he's getting his funding to where he'll be able to pay that back and get everything caught back up.
So the individual that we're referring to is the actual
Business owner.
Business owner, and not the one that passed away.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Hernandez.
I saw the notice in the newspaper. I thought there were 2. Was I mistaken?
Yeah, I actually, whenever I was asked that question, I had Amy Sanchez. She went ahead and pulled the noticing that she sent to the newspaper, and I have it sitting on my desk. It was only Zen-Gro. Yeah, it was only one.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. How does this mistakenly be left off of a list? If we have accounting of all of our cannabis businesses, how was this mistakenly left off originally?
So I believe there was 12 or 13 previous ones that the council revoked. Those 12 businesses never opened. This particular business opened, and they've been paying their fees. So they were in a different chart, basically. And so whenever the noticing went out with staff and with Matthew's firm, we were pulling off of the chart that the businesses weren't open and they weren't moving forward. So that's what ended up happening, and we did not go back over to the business that was operating that was just behind on fees. Because there's penalty notices, there's all these things, and that's why the fee is the amount it is. But they actually wanted to make payments, they wanted to do different things, and our stance was no, they needed to pay their fee in full for other reasons. But basically we left it off mistakenly because it was on a different chart because they had made payments before, and so that's why they were on like an active sheet instead of the inactive like the other 12 or 13 of them.
13, yeah.
So now we have process improvements?
Yes, ma'am.
And actually, it's in their best interest that this happened because they're trying to do this now, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no more requests for questions from council, I will open the public hearing at 9:09 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
I believe Mr. Snell has left. He was the only one, so we have no others.
Okay. Being a public hearing, do we have anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor or opposed?
I just have a quick question regarding the cannabis 3% funding. Would the termination of this affect, well, obviously it would affect that 3%, right? Since we've decided that the remodeling for the PD and the fire department would be considered under that 3%, would the termination or the lack of the fees affect the remodel at all? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. And see nobody else approaching, I will close the public hearing at 9:09 p.m. And
Mayor, we were in a recommendation to continue the public hearing?
I'm
Rather than
sorry.
close it.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
going to.
subject to council.
Right. We're going to close the comment part of the public hearing. I'm sorry, not the public hearing. And with that, staff, did you want to answer the question regarding affecting the 3%?
Yeah, I can answer that one. So the 3% is only from the business operators that are actually paying, or the dispensaries. This facility is a cultivation facility, so they don't pay the 3%. They pay a different fee. It's a $5 fee that goes into a different account. The 3% fee that everyone's referring to is only from the dispensaries, not cultivation or manufacturing.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? With that, I'll entertain a motion, and to remind the staff has changed their recommendation to continue to a date uncertain. Is that correct?
No, to July 15th. Date certain, July 15th.
Nice, okay.
2025.
So the motion would be to continue to a date certain, July 15th. Do I have a motion?
Mayor, I'll move to put this on the July 15th.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem to continue to a date of July 15th, a second from Councilmember Noble. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
The motion to continue to the July 15th meeting passes 4-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That completes our public hearings. With that, we go to public safety updates.
Good evening again. On behalf of the fire district, I want to thank you guys for your support. We've been pretty busy the last couple weeks, obviously engaging with our cooperators quite a bit out of the district. Within our local agreements, also supporting our local cooperators down with San Diego County, BLM, the U.S. Forest Service, as well as San Diego County Fire on the ranch fire. That was a fire that happened about 2 weeks ago. We did send one of the duty battalion chiefs as immediate need strike team leader to manage five cooperator engines ranging from Rialto, Rancho Cucamonga, Highland, Yucaipa, and I do believe they had a Chino Valley Fire District resource assigned to our battalion chief, who provided leadership and oversight and supervision for fireground activity to support our cooperators and our adjoining communities. But besides that, we have been pretty busy within the community. We've been seeing a little bit of an uptick in RV fires. We've had about 3 of them in the last 4 or 5 days, so they're seeing a little uptick. I'm not sure why. We don't understand the causes, but there were a few of them. We had a rash of structure fires a couple weeks ago. Now we're into RV fires, so who knows what will provide us the next, coming up into the 4th. Obviously, we're going to be getting a public announcement out here with local law enforcement cooperators and partners with fireworks enforcement and abatement. So you'll be seeing that here in the future. So with that being said, thank you guys for your support.
Thank you, Chief Cisneros.
Yes, I only have a couple updates. As you know, we had 2 new officers start Monday. They're doing some additional training, and they'll be going in field, starting their training program beginning next Monday. The only other thing I have is just as the 4th of July holiday approaches, the police department wants to remind all the residents to celebrate responsibly and prioritize safety while using the fireworks. Obviously, when using fireworks, we recommend that the public use the fireworks that are labeled safe and sane. And also, please have a responsible adult supervise their children at all times when they use these fireworks. In addition to that, we'd recommend having immediate access to a water source, such as a garden hose or a bucket filled with water. We will have officers that are dedicated to enforcing the laws against illegal fireworks during this holiday season. And these measurements are just in place just to make sure that the safety to the public is ensured. We are encouraging families to attend the city event at the sports park as opposed to trying to light fireworks themselves. And then lastly, please, we also recommend that during this season, please keep your pets indoors to reduce the stress and prevent any possible accidents, ensuring that the animals feel safe during this holiday celebration. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Chief Arthur. With that, we'll move on to council committee reports, starting with Councilmember Hernandez. And Councilmember Hernandez, could you give a detailed on the street committee, because my notes sit on my my notes. Okay, mine sit on my desk at the office. So please, okay.
I got you covered. Okay. We had the street committee meeting on June the 4th, and we had a report from Rob Kilpatrick on an update on our current city projects. And we discussed the slurry projects and the current upcoming street projects that will be, and as you saw in the budget, the funding is there. So, and the city residents will be informed as the projects come about. So hopefully we will have the RFPs come out and we can start working on that. I also attended the Southern California Association of Governments meeting, and that was on June 5th, and they mentioned our First Street Bridge. It's part of their mobility recommendations for Southern California. So I was really impressed. I said, we made it. So they are currently discussing planners, traffic funding, safety. So we'll share the information with our city manager so that if any of our staff can take advantage of the training, they can go to that. And last and not least, I went on June 9th to the Mojave Air Quality District meeting, and that was for us to confirm the budget for that agency. And we also got into discussion of the Environmental Protection Agency. We've been fighting them for years, and we finally got a letter of agreement where our businesses that have credits will have an extension and have the ability to use them if they wish. And it was, I want to thank our CEO, Brad, for doing an excellent job. And we also have lobbyists for the Mojave Air Quality, so we're being very proactive in that area, especially with the current federal government situation. So that covers all the meetings I went to.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. Our last military affairs meeting was canceled due to the change of command with the Colonel Bomar, the garrison commander, out Fort Irwin. The new garrison commander, Colonel Chadwick, is now the new garrison commander out there in Fort Irwin. Our next military affairs meeting will be on the 8th of July, and that'll be at 8 o'clock at the Los Domingos. We had our Victor Valley Transit Authority meeting in Hesperia on the 16th of June. A couple of things that came out. There was a mutual agreement between the Victor Valley Transit Authority and the Barstow Community College on a student ride promotional program that they're going to be starting on 1 July. There will be some promotional material coming out to advertise and promote that service to the community college. We had an opportunity to recognize 2 employees that did some outstanding work, and one of them, just want to mention that she recognized there was an incident that was, not an incident, but a bowler that was put out on a runaway student kid, and just so happened that individual got on one of the Victor Valley Transit Authority buses and was identified and handed over to the proper authority. The runaway has done that for the second time, at least that we know of, but was identified and brought home safely to the family. And then we had an opportunity to bring in 3 new employees to the Victor Valley Transit Authority that was recognized at our last meeting. Our next Victor Valley Transit Authority meeting will be on the 21st of July, and that will be in Hesperia, and that'll be at 9:30. And that's all I have for community.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Mayor Pro Tem Rose?
Thank you, Mayor. So the Rules and Policy Committee will be meeting on the 24th at 5 p.m. here in the council chambers. Homeward Bound Committee was canceled last week by my request. There was nothing on that agenda to have a meeting, and I don't want to have a meeting just to have a meeting, but I'll be working with the city manager on, and Ms. Hernandez on getting some items added to the agenda so that we can resume meeting in July 10th at 5 p.m. And that's the end of my committee reports, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rose. Councilmember Hernandez, thank you for reporting out on the street committee. I believe you covered it all. I did attend the SBCTA, San Bernardino County Transit Authority, on June 4th. The one item pertaining to Barstow, and that was basically balancing out the first part of our bridge project. So that's all done, and I believe those funds are, I was told by city manager, are in our budget. So other than that, a lot of consent as usual. So with that, we will move on to business of the council. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. I am compelled to express my strong objection to your unfounded accusations, Mayor Pro Tem. Your assertions that I have abused my authority by affording my husband special treatment are not only embarrassing, but they also an attack on my character and misrepresentation of the facts. My husband followed protocol by contacting the city within 48 hours to use the door leading into the police department as required and granted by the city of Barstow. We followed the city request, which reads, accommodations are required 48 hours. Notice must be given to the city clerk. I also want you to know that another person's use of that same door as my husband, who has ADA needs. As a dedicated community advocate, I have consistently demonstrated unwavering integrity and a steadfast commitment to our community. Your claims are unfounded and a disservice to the values I represent. Furthermore, your actions have regrettably hindered our collective efforts to enhance our council's effectiveness. I must stress that my husband's use of the rear entrance is necessary accommodation due to his serious health concerns, which you have neglected to consider. Instead, you have chosen to pursue a course of unjustified criticism, which I found profoundly disturbing. Moreover, I am dismayed by your indiscreet disclosure of confidential health information about a community member in the audience to be used as an example of the use of the door, which I will not call out by name like you have done. How can you call out a resident using them as an example of an ADA person is shocking and unethical. Your behavior has embarrassed my husband, me, and our council and audience members. Given these developments, I am curious how I can reasonably place trust or confidence in your leadership as Mayor Pro Tem. Please let me share with all of you about my husband who has been fighting for our community. He can't use the front ADA accommodations due to his health. His doctor had told him if he falls again, a femur bone, he will never walk again. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, City Manager, if we can, offline, just get with the senior citizen and kind of go over some of the do's and don'ts on what they can and can't do, and then also make sure that they understand the how to go through the process of requesting funds and so forth. And then the last thing is they also mentioned the computers and some other stuff. So I'll let you take care of that. The Channel 6, she mentioned there was a question in reference to a conversation that you had about the animal shelter and fees and things. Did we, are we gonna be able to put that on Channel 26? And if so, when, so that we can get that addressed?
Yes, we are working, staff is working through gathering the data and documentation. At this point, with our only avenue that we can get accomplished quickly is to put a PowerPoint presentation together that we can put out on not only the channel, on our website, social media. So we are pulling some data together for a few informational items that need to get out to the public: animal control, code enforcement, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing, there was a lot of conversation about code enforcement. If you can just reach back and take a look at that, I would ask you.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Noble. Mayor Pro Tem Rose.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm glad that Councilman Noble has asked about getting with the senior citizens, because I have been asking a number of times for the city to meet with them, and it's obvious that we haven't met, and this has been at least a month or two. And so I believe that we owe the senior citizens an apology for not meeting with you as I thought we were going to. So can we please meet with them, because they have $50,000 and they are at a loss right now as to what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to do it. And I just would like for us to meet, and I'd like for that meeting to happen within a week, because if we say meet with them, it continues, and they're eligible to the funds, and we just need to help them so that they can get them utilized to what their needs are.
Yes, absolutely. I have communicated with them, and I did let them know a timeline that was pushed out for me to be able to gather the data needed. I did give them some initial feedback specifically on what we need from them to go forward with some of these expenditures that they've been requesting, and they haven't provided some of the documentation we need, but I do understand that there are a lot of opportunities. So I have shared some information with them. And yes, absolutely, I've also communicated that we'll be getting back. And I know some staff and I have been working through some possibilities and options. And most notably, what would be most productive, it would be to have city staff run these programs that they're asking for, because these funds need to be expended by the city, and so that they can be tracked and have expenditure processing appropriate that we could monitor. So it would be most appropriate for city staff to make these expenditures. And I will follow up further with some proposals, because I do have some ideas to completely revamp the program so that we can have a robust program. In my experience, the city has always, in my former cities, run all of the senior programs, so that we did have that accountability for the expenditures. And so I am truly working through that process, because we need a robust program, and I do understand the needs absolutely of the seniors, and I want to see those programs move forward to where we can have accountability and provide the services to the seniors that are needed.
So like buying the computers, that would be something that we could do. Who are you meeting with? Who have you already worked with at the senior citizens?
I've spoken to staff that's communicating with them, and I've spoken just to a few after the last meetings, but I did explain.
Can you tell me which staff and who they're working with the senior citizens?
Yeah, I'd be happy to meet with you afterwards so that we can have
Ms.
that.
Hernandez, have you worked with the senior citizens? Have you been meeting with them?
We've had some contact, and I've gotten questions through her. And so I've been talking about just some ideas. And the computers, since I'm asked about it right now, the computers are for private use, not for public use. If they were for public use for all of the seniors to come in and use, that would be a program that we would go forward with. But again, it's that accountability. So I just want to look at how city staff can make these purchases, and that we can monitor those. And so I have a full plan to present.
And I appreciate that, but it would be important to identify who's going to contact the senior citizens. And it's my understanding the computers are going to be purchased to help the senior citizens do services that they need. It's going to be for the public use of teaching them how to do X, Y, and Z, so it's not for personal use, but to help them with other services for senior citizens. That's my understanding. So can we just identify and contact them to let them know when we're going to meet, hopefully this next week, so everything can be taken care of for
Yes,
them? Thank
absolutely.
you so much
Thank
for
you.
that. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so at the last meeting, it was mentioned that I've allowed the Mayor Pro Tem to take over the meetings. So I had to go back and think what has happened that has brought that to mind. And basically, it goes back to December 16th, the first meeting. I said I would run these meetings per the rules of order. And the rules of order give power to the council, and one council member has used those rules, and that would be the Mayor Pro Tem. And the rules that she had used, which are available to the full council, are point of order, call the question, suspend the rules, and she has asked for a break. So I'll take them one at a time. Point of order is a council member saying that the meeting has gone out of order, either the meeting or a council member that's speaking. My obligation, and for these, a council member does not have to ring in. They can simply turn on their mic and call point of order. My obligation is to stop the meeting and ask the council member to state their point of order clearly. And there's two reasons I ask for them to state it clearly. Point of order is one rule, one motion that does not allow for discussion. So from the statement of point of order, I must make a decision, no discussion. So if I vote against the person calling point of order and consider the meeting in order, that's not the final say. That council person can then ask for a second. If they get a second, then it would go to the full council for vote. If they don't get a second, then my ruling would stand. Now, I know there's a mayor in the past that would argue when they got a point of order. That is not the correct procedure. The way I described it is the correct procedure. That's the way I've done it. The Mayor Pro Tem is the only person, or the only council person that has used that. The next one, call the question. Call the question stops discussion. Again, it does not allow for discussion. It does not allow for questions. We go straight to a vote. If a council member calls the question, and I don't like that one, and I'll explain later why I don't like that one, but if a council member calls the question, we go to a vote. If the council votes in majority, then the discussion stops, the questions stop, and we go to the vote. The third one, suspend the rules. We have rules. And the normal reason we would call suspend the rules is this meeting is scheduled to go to 11. At any point in the meeting, if it looks like we're going to go past 11, then a council member would need to turn on their mic and say, I'm asking to suspend the rules, or a motion to suspend the rules. Again, no discussion. We all know it ends at 11. We will go straight to a vote and decide if we're going to go past 11. Majority vote, we go past 11. No majority vote at 11 o'clock. I will end this meeting in the middle of someone's statement. And as far as a break, when I end the break, if a council member calls for a break, I will say with no objection from the board, we're going to take a break and return at a specific time. Again, I've given an option to the board or the council to object. Now, these are the rules that the Mayor Pro Tem has used that I believe the public believes I have given up power. Again, I have not given up power. I might be a mayor in the first time in a long time that is doing the meetings as required by the rules of order. Now, why do I not like to call the question? Because I'm the last one to speak. And that's not by accident. I want to read you one paragraph from the rules of order. Because the chair conducts the meeting, it is common courtesy for the chair to take less active role than other members of the body in debate and discussion. This does not mean that the chair should not participate in debate or discussion. On the contrary, as a member of the body, the chair has the full right to participate in debate, discussion, and discussion making. The chair should, however, strive to be the last to speak at the discussion and debate stage, and should not make a second or motion unless he or she is convinced that no other member of the body will do so. And if you go back and watch the meetings, I think you'll see once, maybe twice, that I have made a motion. Again, I'm running these meetings by the rules of order, and because they've been not run by order in the past, I think people think I have given up power. I'm not a dictator up here. This council does have power, and as I just stated, only one council member has taken advantage of those rules or powers that they have. Okay, I had a lot of stuff, but I want to go, and on the code enforcement, I just want to let the public know, it may be next meeting. We do have a presentation coming with code enforcement, and I believe we're going to try to get that on the July 1st meeting, because there was a few people that brought up code enforcement. And yes, Ms. Ryan, I am going to be working on Neighborhood Watch with you and a few other people that I have contacted and see if we can put that together. It's not going to be the city, but we can hopefully help put it together for you. And I did attend Juneteenth Saturday, and I understand there's going to be a Juneteenth tomorrow at the college. Juneteenth is actually the 19th. And for those of you that don't know what Juneteenth is, please look it up. It's very interesting how that occurred. Thank you. With that, we're going to go back into our closed session. We'll take a
We have city manager
Oh, I'm
report.
sorry. Yes, city manager, go ahead. Your turn. Staff reports.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just a few brief updates. We do have the Cora Harper Center that is unfortunately closed for the extreme heat. We have some safety concerns, and it has gotten into the levels of 87 plus degrees. We need to close any facility down as soon as it reaches 82 degrees. So unfortunately, we've had to monitor that. We do have a plan to completely fix the HVAC system, I should say, air conditioning system in the Cora Harper Center. I know that it's unfortunate that we have some events already planned, but the timing has been scheduled for September to last through the end of November. I have been asked about rescheduling that because of some significant events, and I've been looking into the possibilities. The unfortunate factor that we have is that we are using CDBG funding for that purpose. For that, a majority of our funding source is CDBG funding, and we have fund expirations that we need to spend. I am still looking into if there's any opportunity, but as of now, I just want to make sure the public is aware it is planned to be closed from September through the end of November. That could trickle into December based on extensions, delays, weather. So I'll get more information as soon as possible, but I do want to get that information out as soon as, and that we will work to locate other facilities. I understand Cora Harper is the largest, but we'll continue to work through some alternate options, including potentially delaying that, and we'll communicate with those that have made reservations for the facility. We also have the kiddie pool that was closed temporarily for some repairs. Staff has expedited those repairs. They've gotten the materials and completing those repairs tomorrow, planning to complete the repairs tomorrow. If they go as anticipated, we'll be able to reopen by the Thursday holiday for Juneteenth. There is the item that the mayor just spoke of, the code enforcement presentation. That'll actually be July 15th. We're trying to pull a lot of data together and have a comprehensive presentation to the public so that we have education information out to the public. So a plan for July 15th. And lastly, I just wanted to address a public comment that was made earlier in that asking about personnel-related items. And I just want to make sure the public knows that Any hiring interview process is all a personnel confidential related matter, and that's not something that we can make public. So just in response, I know Mr. Snell is not here anymore, but hopefully he'll listen, and I will contact him again. I have spoken to him several times about this and about that confidentiality, but I'll reiterate that the process is going forward. We've just gotten confirmation today that the next step I've been waiting for has been scheduled so that we can finally, once we get that completed process, can make an announcement on the next police chief, which I'm very excited to do. And just to follow up in the last request from Mayor Pro Tem in meeting with the seniors, I will absolutely go forward with that. And I truly do have a lot of experience overseeing senior programs and having city staff oversee those programs. And I just want to explain to the public that we are fiduciaries of the government funds. And with that, I know even our community benefits fund that has been the cannabis related has been through what do we spend those funds on and how we're scrutinizing those. This is very similar. These are still public funds that we need to have some accountability for, and that truly should be done through staff making the purchases. And so that's a plan that I will be presenting to council. I was hoping to have that together through the budget process, but this has been a tedious process, and we had a lot to go through. My coming in March of this year, when we should have had the budget really underway at that time, and we have been behind the game. That will not happen in the future. Now I think that we've all got a good handle on the whole process, and I look forward to next year being a much better process. So with that, that's the conclusion of my report.
With that, we will now continue into closed session without objection of the board. We're going to take a 5-minute break and be in closed session at 9:46.